been recorded. We do form a quorum and we'll be able to continue with our meeting for the day. And that brings us to the next point of the agenda, which is apologies. Okay. I have a standing apology that, as you know, 5 members were elected into office. As we are sitting in front of you, we have a standing apology from our deputy chairperson. Ma'am Ausimudiye has recently been discharged from hospital. She is on her recovery journey. Please do keep her in your prayers. We did manage to speak to her telephonically. She is sounding better and recovering. And that's the apology that will be standing until further notice, as well as our former chairperson, Meneli Siwe, has submitted her apology. Banali Lifu, she wanted to be here, but due to family commitments, she could not make it. And having said that, I'm going to go through the agenda so that we can be able to collectively adopt it. And I will open to the floor as well if there's any amendments or any additions to the agenda that needs to be done. So as it stands, we have point 5, that is the minutes of the previous general meeting that we're going to go through. And then we'll have matters arising. We'll also have the adoption of the minutes that we're going to go through in point 5. After that, we'll have a report, a Gauteng 2025 membership database update. And we'll have an official provincial handover report. After that, we'll have a PEXCO 2025 strategic session overview. Post that, point 11 will be the SAWIC and PEGP proposed 2025 calendar that will be shared with our members. And then we have a point 12, which is SAWIC and PE brand repositioning and the plans that have been done there. It has subpoint social media and subpoint Women's Month Women in Construction profiling. Remember point 13, which talks to the financial first quarterly report. And then we have point 14, even national office updates. And there's 4 subpoints there. It's the NHM date announcement, national induction of provinces. We also have the National Office Constitution Amendment Update, Rebellion, the National Office Legal Case Update, and then point 15 is AOB, any other business matter. Post that, and probably the closure of the meeting. That is how our agenda is sitting currently. So the agenda was compiled using clause 10 of our constitution that guides 10.3 that guides and outlines how we should be running our meetings. So I'm going to put it to the floor. Is there any amendments or any addition to the agenda at hand? I love the cooperation. Nothing. Thank you so much. We are going to move for the adoption of the agenda. Follow the agenda in seconds. To adopt the agenda. Thank you so much, colleagues. That has then now outlined how we will be running our session today. Over to you, Provincial Secretary, to take us through the minutes. Just to double check, again, it's important that we emphasize the apologies that happened regarding the emails that were sent and a couple of attachments that were not correct. As you know, it's our first meeting that we are putting together as the collective leadership. And we do commit that going forward, things will run smoother. And apologies, our sincere apologies with any inconvenience or confusion that has been caused. The minutes that we are going to be going through in minutes are 18th February 2025. Over to you, Provincial Secretary. So now Mike, you can enjoy it.
Thank you, Chair. Minutes of the meeting.
Sorry, Secretary. It's a hand. Osmasaka?
But I really came the minutes action for February. Does that change the content of the meeting? What I'm asking is the minutes that we receive, that the content just that's the date that was.
That's the mistake that I said. It is ahead of mobile. So it looked when we sent the initial email, we thought the last meeting in the illegal November. And then a correction then came through. No, there was another meeting that happened in February. So I think for the sake of the meeting, maybe let's repost in the WhatsApp group the minutes. It's completely different. It's completely different. And apologies for that. Had you printed the November? Okay. So I think so that we are all on the same page. Please assist us with posting in the group. The minutes are the 18th February 2025. Those are the minutes that we will be proceeding as on that we are now taking. Let us relate because we are in office. We are taking, but we will stabilize. Thank you.
I'm saying the minutes are received.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marketing.
Minutes of the meeting, date 18th February 25, time 7 o'clock, venue, WhatsApp online, agenda. 1, opening and welcome. I thought you were correcting something.
Yeah.
Venue, WhatsApp online, agenda. Now, item number 1, clause number 1, opening and welcoming. The chairperson acknowledged all the members who attended the meeting, and Manager Lindy rendered a prayer. Chairperson gave words of comfort to all the members who lost their loved ones. Number 2, no apologies noted. Number 3, adoption of the agenda. The adoption of the agenda with amendments was moved by Manager Lindy and seconded by Mariam Twango. Item 6.2 was moved to 6.3 and vice versa. 4, minutes of the previous meeting. The minutes were read by the secretary. 4.1, rectification of the minutes. No rectification was noted. 4.2, matters arising. A question was asked whether the members with outstanding conference fees were able to settle them, and the response from PT was there's still outstanding payments into the account. 5, adoption of the minutes. The adoption was moved by Manager Lindy and seconded by Caitlin Rapahadi. 6, new matters. 6.1, membership drive. The membership drive has commenced with membership forms being distributed to existing and new members. The members were reminded that as per the Constitution, one is required to fill in and complete the form and pay the membership fee after the national office has reduced the membership fees for renewal only by 30%. for the first 10 members who pay on or before the 28th February. That is, they will pay 805 in all chapters. The drive or recruitment is presently moving at a slow pace intentionally, and the provincial leaders will encourage payments to motivate the members. The posters, marketing materials from national office and provinces are making a huge difference externally as they require more information. Chairperson has 10 books to date. 6.2 SWOT analysis. The aim of introducing the SWOT analysis to chapters is to check and or mirror whether the organization is still on the right track as per its mandate. To gain valuable insights to drive growth, mitigate risk, and achieve objectives as set out in our constitution. The submissions are still open to members. 6.3 EPAGM preparation. The date for the upcoming electoral provincial annual general meeting EPAGM has been set on the 27th March 2025 as per section 10 clause 10.1 of the Constitution. And the notices were sent to members as stipulated in section 10 clause 10.4. The venue for the meeting has not been confirmed as yet. Notices will be sent to members as soon as it is finalized. A letter has been sent to the Independent Electoral Commission (IEC) to request them to facilitate the process of election. Section 19, clause 19.1. A letter has been members reached errors were mentioned that we must avoid too much and unnecessary compensation for provision. We should have discussion openly and resolve issues amicably. And small suggestion given was that any member can post a preferred candidate's name on the book with motivation and have another member supporting the nomination. Dress code for the day will be black attire with branded scarves. Six point four, constitutional amendment. Our chapter has already submitted the constitutional amendment to the National Office, and the consolidation of the document is underway. But most submissions are still accepted as the document has to be reviewed. A date will be agreed for further input. Membership will be moved to the proposal and measure what's seconded. 7. Progress report on the case. Chairperson reported to the members that as per the legal process that our organization is undergoing, a sheriff was sent to former President Clara and Economic Institute Chonela, former Treasurer General, to deliver summons from the lawyers. Former President was unavailable at home and the documents were given to her helper. Former teacher refused to give out her address. Our chapter will be having a sitting together with the legal team on the 23rd February, Sunday, to discuss the funding of the legal process as the funds are not enough to cover the litigation. And the longer the process drags, more expensive it will get. The chapters were requested to submit their 30% membership fund to assist the National Office to cover some of the expenses. 8. Closure. The meeting was adjourned at 8:20, minutes compiled by Provincial Secretary, Ms. Cecilia Long, minutes approved by Provincial Secretary, Ms. Leslie.
Thank you very much, Provincial Secretary, for taking us through the previous general meeting minutes. of the date here, 18 February 2025. So this has been part of the handover that was given to us from the previous leaders as they were running this particular meeting that we just reviewed now. So I'm going to open up for rectification for the members that have attended that meeting. If there is any rectification to the minutes that was not captured correctly. Okay. There's no hands, so we are then in consensus in terms of it was captured as it was in that particular meeting. And the next point is there any matters arising from the minutes that we have gone through? Which part is about the outstanding payments for the previous the outstanding payments is that PT confirmed that there was still outstanding payments. Question. I think this needs to be carried over to this meeting because we still need to know if they are still outstanding payments and if they are still outstanding payments rather than resolution to simply looking at the additional and which might have payment arranged. Thank you for unfortunately, the outstanding and the outstanding and the one what it is to and and those members should pay, but under the same rate, there are members that are struggling with financial, and they did disclose the challenges that they were facing at the time. So I think we need to take a decision. Are we following up or are we writing to say? All right. Thank you for that. Thank you, PT. I think the response that was requested by the Provincial Secretary has been responded to, and just to assist the House in terms of making the decision. The amount that is outstanding, how much is it? The members that are owing that are still our members. Maybe if we can get clarity from the House, if we want to get the names, or if they can get an indication from the House and how do they propose we forward with the matter at hand. Before the House comes in, let's just get additional information from the Provincial Secretary in terms of the value and the numbers. Maybe if we can get an indication, it says it's 3 members, then we know how or the magnitude of the problem. Thank you.
I just want to give you instead of that, we cannot
the financial report. Okay, the suggestion. Okay. And I think it's a point. I just want to indicate that I will need us to adopt the minutes. And then put it maybe as a sub point. Under the then implement the resolution. I do need us to a minute close out and then start here.
Thank you, Chair. I'll suggest that we keep the electrical completed and then we all this because it's not the best the best for Jonathan.
Okay, noted. I think in terms of technicalities, it does need to be closed out with the minutes so that it's a resolution pertaining from matters arising. The minutes that we adopted and close it out. Are you ready for us? Okay, is there no other matters arising besides that particular one? So that's the only one that we need to close out.
So it was resolved, just to give a bit of context, it was resolved that all members need to pay the 500 rand for the conference that took place. It was compulsory whether it was in attendance or not. So the 2024 database, we were 44 members. Out of the 44, 26 paid, which paid up to about 13,000 rand. So the remaining balance of members that did not pay was 9,000 rand, which was the remaining 18 members that did not. So it's 9,000 rand that is outstanding. As I've mentioned, unfortunately, some of the members are no longer members. They did not leave.
All right, so in terms of the amount that is outstanding, the resolution that was made by the previous meeting sitting was that it needs to be paid. Is that correct? So I think if there's a standing resolution, it's something that with the members that are still here, the resolution has been made already that we need to follow up. Maybe we can have an additional resolution to the resolution that was done. There's an NAGM that is coming up. Should we make it compulsory that the person that if they pay for that NAGM, they need to settle the outstanding NAGM balance prior to paying for the current year's one? It's the proposal that's on the table. If you are wanting to attend this one, settle the debt that is outstanding, then you pay for this year's one. There's a hand from HGC and there's a hand from Marco Vile, in that order, please.
AGM was really good and people never put and then put the was really good. What we are thinking because they didn't get money to pay. So I don't know whether we're still waiting to say they must pay because if you are here and then you never put the AGM, Because you're supposed to pay the person to take care. And then asking ourselves, if they got money from doing that money. So I don't know what was the conclusion of the offense they must pay, because I don't think we ever come to the conclusion that they must pay. Because we just put it on the list. On the postcard of the I don't think. Well, what was covered by the whoever side, who was initially.
Please come in, Madam Watts.
Thank you, Chair. I would request the PT to give us the number of the members that are still members and taking to the answer from the first week at the break. Are those people financial state? In part of those that are remaining, did they actually that contract? If they did not, I move that we cancel the thing. Thank you.
Noted.
Are there any members that are doing this and or are following up on members that couldn't attend this after for
Okay, so when myself and police compiled the list, we did pick up that there were members that had initially said they're not attending, and they did end up attending. However, they did not pay.
Follow up. If they actually if they attended, then we need to protect it. Our people about the ones that did not accept because they did not at that time wait from it. And they are still further to find out their 100%. Of those that attended and benefited from the NHS, the NHS must aid.
All right. I think we have 7 waivers needed to be seconded. So the motion that currently sits is that those that attended the elective NHN is still a member, the debt remains. Those that did not attend, we are going to collectively agree to write off that debt with the assumption that it was a financial constraint. That's why they didn't bother to attend. So that's the motion. There's no counter motion, right? No counter motion, okay? Second, just to add in terms of the minutes, when we are minuting, can we get the figures written into the minutes regarding how much are we writing off, how much are we following up, what is the number in terms of letters that move us? Thank you, so that we can follow it up. Then if we are closing this matters arising, then we're going to move to adopt the minutes that we have just got to now. Is that adopts the minutes?
No, on the last part of the meeting, when you write a minute, the meeting of the secretary of the chairperson does not write his office to make that correction. That the secretary approved of the chairperson final of the minutes like that. Leave that open till the next meeting. There is something. Thank you.
So, that okay, right?
Not like the 2 lines. The last 2 lines that the 3 days. It shouldn't be there. Maybe that means. And then only to next meeting, the minutes are opted and approved. Then the secretary
Noted, given for elected. Thank you, Madam Nobile, for the guidance. They are opposing. Okay.
No, I don't know what
Okay.
I just want to, can I suggest that, at the next stage then, before people must pay the money. And if people decide to come, they shouldn't be allowed to pay. A culture when people don't pay and there's something they say, "I'll pay the money."
No, that's correct. Asma,
Well, I see one number four, it's in the middle where everybody. I'm. And that at the bottom, the red, use of the previous, or the section, after it was red, whatever, and I don't see when you're.
okay,
I'm supposed, this is what you want.
okay. Thank you for the input as well. I think it will help us even for ourselves going forward when we have the second meeting. And yes, red is the one still in November. They were probably reading those names. But all the guidance is welcomed and appreciated. Thank you, colleagues. We are going to adopt the minute. Does it end? Just so I can indicate, this is the last step one. But I will allow it.
In the first time that I had the people that were there, some they never paid. Because I thought all the people they never go to the conference. Because if you go to the conference, you will get everything there. They will never pay it. I started thinking, when they are there, they must pay. Before the week and another
Absolutely.
so that they must be paid. Because then you don't pay. So I was saying to you, I thought the people would have
Okay. And well noted, I think we have recorded it and the PT has the names, so we will monitor it going forward. It should not be a culture that we accept. That's how we need to treat everyone with fairness in terms of how we conduct things. Thank you, colleagues. Adopting the minutes, and because we were not in, I personally was not in this meeting, I'm going to request that the people that were in the meeting, even when adopt the minutes, I've seen your name, so it's an adoption. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are going to now move swiftly. Okay, colleagues, we are now going to proceed to point number 8 of our agenda today, where we will be discussing the Gauteng 2025 membership database update. I'm going to hand it over to the custodian of the membership database, which is the Secretariat. Maybe the PT will come in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to hand over to DS to take us through that.
Vetting process membership number.
Good afternoon, members.
My name is Mpom Kwena, for those that don't know me, and this is how you spell my name. I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Secretariat. Ms. Nokwezi Boy Ludinga is my Provincial Secretary. I'm just going to give you a brief update on the membership. As it stands, we currently have 39 members in good standing. We currently have 39 members in good standing. Sorry about that. Just leave it like that. About that, I was just giving an update that as it stands, we have 39 members in good standing. It was 40, but the one member we had an issue with because of the vetting process that we are now using. I think we would we will all remember that we've been asking members to submit their membership forms and their company forms. So there is one member that we found that was not fully compliant, and unfortunately we are still sorting that out. Hence, we are not 40 anymore. We are now 39. So I'll just want to run you through I think you will know because you have all submitted this, but the Secretariat Department is going to be very strict when it comes to compliance, and I don't want to go into the issues of the membership, the female membership thing, because the constitution is yet to be amended. I think if we do have time, Chair will touch on that just a bit, but we are going to be very strict when it comes to compliance, and we are going to ask members to please make sure that you are always compliant. I don't know if there's anything that I need to touch on, or if there's any questions with regards to membership from members. Yes, ma'am.
Chair, I think I'm happy with that. In hand, you expect us to comply, that person is not a member. And you need to have the guidelines so that people know, and that will help in the culture of the organization. Maybe go there and the chairperson's opening of welcome and give it to because she has update to the reforms and the programs that are going to help us grow and help us to be the best and the ends. Thank you.
I don't resist that. I just understand the concept. And the one is a member of all the Thank you so much for the floor. I just want to know. In terms of compliance, with regards to
We strict as the industry standard, but the constitution does not allow us to do that as it is still a working progress. And in terms of objective standardization. So when we see restriction compliance, we talk clause 4 to 5 to 6 and 7. So it says it needs to be women-owned. Okay. First point. So that's why we asked for CIPC documents. Women-owned, women-led, not in the minority, not for that 80% in the use of the majority. So that's the compliance that we are talking about. Second compliance is the membership form. The membership form helps us with certain information that helps us to structure our database correctly and we know what we are doing. When we say this member was not compliant, they did not submit the membership form, they did not submit the CIPC registration documents. A number of follow-ups were done one-on-one with the member. It is an old member. They had paid, but they did not follow the administrative processes. And we had quite a lengthy discussion, and each of it, I think 3 offices tried to reach out to the member. And from the financial perspective, from chairperson, from secretariat perspective. And we even clarified that we are not looking for you to be tax compliant or for you to be CIDB status, GREED or NHBRC registered. There's administrative information that we need for us to be able to function as an organization, particularly 8.4. Yeah, the clause, it says members with incomplete information will not be included in the register of members. And we highlighted this to this particular member. We gave her almost a month to say, please take note that if you don't action, we are forced as leaders that want to live with integrity and fairness. If other members submitted forms, you should equally submit for Moyambao. So we are not closing out people compliance in terms of industry compliance. It's administrative compliance, because what we have since done, since coming into office, we've established a vetting committee where we had the presence of secretariat, we had former PS in that committee, we had members of the secretary committee, we had our treasurer in there. So we would collectively, every Wednesday was a different Thursday, whatever day, we would project and go to each member as a collective and say, this member is ticking the boxes, CIPC, all the requirements, and we are then accepting, so that we promote transparency in terms of people that are coming in. So that's the process that we have implemented and documented, and we are hoping even people that will come after us, they will carry through that vetting process. It will come a time, we hope, as we develop as an organization, that we require true compliance, and we understand that, like Milwana Iliso, others might not have or might not be able to. That's why we have different classes of memberships. So by local, they still are coming to fall under a specific category, and then there will be programs that help them or regarding compliance, you talking to small business development department, and then the strategies that we have in place. But there is pure compliance element and non-negotiable that we have to implement. That is the compliance that has led to us excluding this particular member, which is quite an unfortunate situation, really. As I will cover. Yes, Mama Molida, there's a hand recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I think if I wanted to project policy, that we are in the, it is an aspect that I can about membership.
Correct.
I'm going to use my company as a CUP as an example because I'm a there are eligible so there are different classes of membership that needs to be reflected and create colors and colors so that people know what is people and that will help to have that a dashboard that will, for example, my CIGB, NHDRC, and SARS, they are 2024, all of them, they are not 2025. So you have different classes in that order to say, now that it's 2025 line, where are we people that have 2025 compliance that are ready to be exposed opportunities? While two, the next class is people that have been in grade 1 for years. People that have never done any job for years. And the other class would be then a class where you put in programs. And so the programs or because so people know how the programs enable us to do at space. So if you could help us categorize every batch of the 89 members, categorize all of us, so that we can reach that conversation and individual community to say, yeah, my company, I account for percentage, NHDRC or CITP or state, and people must complete so that we take 6 March, those color blocking and pressing and measure something and openness, honesty, and measure that the person wants to participate. Because if you don't comply, you never be a participant to the end of the community. And it's because now we have different categories. We have the people like the teachers and the project managers and skills development that are part of NHDRC. Please flag the organizations that they need to comply with that are not NHDRC executive. You know, so if you could have that, we will go because we've been raising these measures of flagging the members and contact. And have another volume of education exposure that this person can sit and can be sent to a board of CITP and say, please go in the present study. And let's see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The point is very much supported, and it's unfortunate that we not go into the subcommittee discussion in detail, because some discussions we can't have it at this level at the general meeting to workshop it, and have different views, and that should be happening in subcommittee structures that would assist us to drive the strategy. But your question will also be answered when we touch point 11, which is the proposed 10, which is the proposed strategy for the province. But I think we'll see when we get to that point that there's alignment to the statement that you just this process is a very administratively demanding process. And as we are sitting in front here, we all run our own businesses, and this is almost a full-time type of requirement. And I must commend the ladies sitting beside me. They've done a stellar job. They really worked so hard for the past couple of months to be able to get the results that we currently have. And maybe it's worth mentioning at this particular juncture that we have been fortunate enough to some of the stakeholder engagements that we have done, that we will be securing a full-time administrator to support the Secretariat and PEXCO offices, because that level of detail of the database requires someone who is present to properly compile and build it and maintain it. But we will get to that in the provincial and what right now, which we'll be getting into. I think in terms of the membership database, it has been indicated we're currently doing 39, and we have discussed and as leadership the possibility of us going back to national to see if we are given the opportunity to continue taking in members. Because as it stands, as people get exposed to this SAWIC that we are now, there's a lot of interest in terms of people that are wanting to join us. We currently have a waiting list, and what we understand as well is that there is power in a collective, especially if you have a good quality collective together. So it could be advantageous that maybe there's an exception that is made to allow us to continue taking in members as throughout the year, unlike previously when we know what it was. But in terms of that, we have closed technically for 39, we've already paid over the 30% that is due to national in terms of the membership fee. As per communication that was received from TG and the province and the SG. We're happy with this point. We are going to move over to the provincial handover report. There's an end in
Can't we actually check the nationals, but this SAWIC was the way it was. It was becoming bad. So the people know the SAWIC now, can't ask them so that can they give us the 2 weeks of others so that people who want to join, they can join, so that the SAWIC can continue. If they can. Because we can see now before they are not going to give the allowance that we can do it before the AGM, the AGM. I think we can so hard.
So points made, and I think it sounds like you are supporting the proposal that we have as leadership to write to national and request that they give us a bit of an extension to allow us to take in more members. And they will draft a proposal letter and share it with members for input. Then we will then collectively agree to send it to the national office bearers that they give us an exception until mid-August. It sounds like, okay. noted accordingly. Yes, there's a hand.
Through Chair, I'd like to understand the purpose of taking members up to regularize out, and then we are going to finish that each September, October, 3 months we are focusing on the year. And the highest range will be 6. Say required. Yeah, what is what's the number achieved together now? Is it the number or is it money?
To respond, the last two is correct, but beyond that, there is a demand. People are seeing SAWIC, are seeing this SAWIC, and they want to form part of it. As it stands, I think we have about 5 people that are on the waiting list that we have communicated that we will see you next. But from the discussions that we've had with members when we are waiting for the meeting to start, they are also in their own corners receiving the requests. Like for example, Mom Kelly has mentioned that there's 2 people that has reached out to her to say we want to join. So there is an appetite out there, but it is not going to, in our view, affect our programs in any way, because we have a proposed calendar, proposed strategy. If a person comes in July, they will pay the full membership fee. It's a benefit to us, although they will only get 3 months out of the 1,350. But that 3 months to them could result with meaningful change in their business, depending on the programs that we have in place. Are you answered? Thank you so much. So progress up to the colleagues, we just been told that my challenge in terms of the recording. Remember, we said we are using a technology to take the minutes and the recording for us. After you have spoken, yes, okay. discussion with the president. As a result, we as the current leadership, because predominantly most of us are based in Johannesburg and not in Pretoria, we have explored the possibility of us having an office that is Johannesburg based. We are currently engaging various stakeholders within the Johannesburg precinct so we can get a Johannesburg based office. It doesn't mean we will close the SANACO office. The discussions are still ongoing with the SANACO leadership regarding that office. And some of the discussions that we're having, because SANACO is a national office, it's a national structure. It was just an informal discussion that maybe we could look at bringing the national leadership into the discussions, and then the Pretoria one becomes a SAWIC BE national office, while we work on securing a Gauteng GP SAWIC office within Gauteng, as our members have indicated that Pretoria is far and Johannesburg is more central, and that is also true for us because we stay predominantly in the Johannesburg area. But in terms of that, the interim solution that we have in place, scroll down please, is that our provincial secretary here has very generously offered an office space within the building. Nopa, sorry. Nopa. So the building is in Pretoria, in Alberton, in central Alberton. As we have indicated that we need a full-time administrator as soon as yesterday. So she has availed an office space where our full-time administrator will be based. So the administrator is sponsored by Africa Tikum. It will be a administrator that would be paid for the next 12 months. And NYDA has also availed themselves through the engagements and the relationships that we have with them from the youth days where we're running the SAWIC youth. They've availed themselves to also provide an administrative support. So we've got two sponsors on standby. Leah NYDA, Leona, it will be fully funded. And maybe there's an opportunity here because the Africa Tikum one have given us an option that we can give them a youth member that they would train and prepare, and then that would then become our administrator, or they can provide us with a ready-made administrator. So if you've got female children that you want us to have a look at and consider, maybe it's something that we can look at, or we will take a readily made administrator from Africa Tikum. And then I think, please let's give us our provincial secretary a hand of applause for giving herself in all aspects, time-wise, resources, and so forth for this organization. We pray that God blesses you and increases your territory as you help women and youth that are reliant on this organization to make a difference in their businesses. So these developments are really a testament that the outgoing leadership has played a critical role, and they have also availed themselves. So the relationship is ongoing in terms of support, in terms of guidance, in terms of any clarity, scroll down please, in terms of any clarity that is required. So we find ourselves really in a fortunate position where the current and the old are able to work hand in hand. And we must confess it has not all been rosy, as with any relationship when it's being established. But we are committed to ensuring that we put the needs of the organization and our members first before our personal preference. So we appreciate what we have been, we've really been handed over the baton, did not run with it. It might not have, in some instances, been the way that we preferred, but we are really in a fortunate position. I will bring in my colleagues if there's anything that you want to add regarding handover before I open to the floor for any questions for clarity. Okay, I'm gonna kilos of Mom Ngobs.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna recognize Mom Ngobs and then Maggie, you can come in as well.
Viva SAWIC, something. Viva! So humbling. The humbling gesture. And it shows that we're growing from strength to strength and we will be respected. Remember, when we have an office and an administrative capability, that means we are going to get more stakeholders and we're going to get more information and respect that we must. I request that in your meetings, I don't know whether this page is going to be distributed to members. Please flag item bold the handover, because the handover is not happening diligently. Even if there will be some information lacking, the willing values and approach has never been a problem. Every time people walk away,
They work with the organization.
with information that is critical. So flag that so that the next ESCO, when you hand it over, we need to remember that in 2024, but having the stakeholders that are prepared to sponsor us to have an administrator landline consultancy service of day is going to bring back the respect that we had in 2024 to 2010, where SAWIC was receiving a lot of support from government because of stability. And I want to favor on you, I want to say, pray for him as others of this conversation, and both and you and stay on. And yes, the very important process.
Thank you.
So I know as a different this. They must take you many aspects. They are doing the negotiation. Because they never think the negotiation what happened. When there was negotiation with city power, they didn't take there and do city power. That this is city power, they do that negotiating. Let's take to Sanako, they take you to Sanako and say, this is the people that are making extra. Let them produce everywhere where they will say they are negotiating for us.
To record it.
Because if you say they are negotiating for us, so after 3 years, you won't go come and negotiate for us. And then when they go up, they're not going to see them anymore. Like, what's really going now? Now, where are they? Because what I'm saying them, it means they go and negotiate for their own company. Because we must, it's a speculation, but it's a real, because where are they? Why they didn't want to show you when they put the head over to you and say, okay, next week or next week, I want to take you these people that I was negotiating with. And then I want to take you to this group that I was negotiating with. Because there are people that were negotiating with them. So this is ask them, return them. so that they must keep you there, or if you don't have the guts to talk to them, let us have a meeting as a SAWIC member to ask them so that they must give you everything that you can go further with them negotiating. Because when we like to go forward, because we are 3 years, we are forward. After 3 years, it was. After 3 years, we are forward.
Okay. Do you want to come in or can I respond first, Matthew? Do you want to add on? Okay. All right. I think in honestly, diplomatic or whatever. Okay. It did start off rocky. Like I had indicated with any business relationship, when you are starting off, there is a turbulence before you settle. So we did hit rocky waters, especially with the SANACO relationship. But certain things happened that led us to having an urgent leadership, current and previous meeting, to particularly talk about SANACO. And as we said there, that the discussions are ongoing, particularly regarding the SANACO issue. I don't want to go into detail, particularly because they are not here to defend themselves. So let's allow this to be a matter arising in the next meeting, and then we are hoping they won't be here, and you can hear two sides of the story for the sake of fairness. But what I do want to indicate is that, as I had said, Horgenze, the handover DC, we have not actively, as an organization, started knocking on doors as SAWIC BE Gauteng. What we have been able to achieve to date, it is based on the networks and personal relationship that we have with certain stakeholders. So we've got a stakeholder calendar. The intention as well was that it is not going to be a exclusively PEXCO responsibility to knock on doors. We want to bring in certain subcommittee members or even members that are relevant to specific industries, so that when we go knock on a certain door, we are able to speak the lingo that talks to specific stakeholders. Those were the discussions that we were having during our strategic session. But I want to commend the outgoing PEXCO. As stakeholder, we might not have received the written report the way we wanted it, but I had a lengthy conversation with and again, it talks to capabilities. SAWIC is an organization that is meant to train and develop, and in terms of compilation abilities and we are gifted differently. So in saying that, she did provide a write-up that has stakeholders, and she even took it a step further and included the cell phone number, contact number of different stakeholders. And like I said, we are going to go through the stakeholder report for the special AGM. Unfortunately, I can't unpack it in detail right now, but I need, in all honesty, they have done way better than what has historically been done. The phone numbers have been given. They have availed themselves to say, "Haleyabo mama, I'm checking available. If I'm available, I'll take you with." So we have not done the phoning, and they have said no, haki. So we can't really fault them as yet, because we have not done those processes as yet. Are you answered, ma'am? Yeah. All right. I'm assuming there's no other hands particularly on this. Okay. Oh yeah. Sorry, ma'am. You had a hand up.
I think what you know, maybe that's what you were calling. So we recall last year, was one of the projects which were on the charts. You can we need that project. Apparently, that must have been great. Okay, for what? What is it? And I saw the executives giving their own guidance. you have the self-helping laptop. And then where do we store our information? iCloud, because now, how do you, well, have some seat activities, so I think as an advisor, there are some ways with a laptop. I remember when I was 50,000, so most 500 men. Then we actually not under
2025/2028 strategy, as we had communicated in the group initially. Maybe some of the new members might have missed it. We have had a strategic session as the current PEXCO regarding the strategy, because it's important that when you are in office, you have sight of where you are going and the direction that you are driving to. And that way it would help yourselves as the members to be able to give us inputs in terms of where we are driving this vehicle to and what do we want to achieve with this vehicle. And I think it's important that we highlight that this is a proposed strategy that was put together by the five. Luckily, Ausumide was still well then, so she was part of the strategy session that we had. But this is a proposal that still requires your inputs and your refinement. So we'll be going through it in high level here, but with the subcommittees that we are going to form, we are hoping we will be able to interrogate it further and refine it further so that it is able to achieve the objectives that it needs to achieve. So the theme of our term in office is that we will be empowering women while transforming the built environment. That's the legacy that we hope and pray that God will give us the wisdom to be able to leave for the incoming leadership that will come after us. Sorry, my DS is less social media person today because our social media person had a personal emergency. So it's fine. So as South African Women in Construction and Built Environment Gauteng chapter, we are a vibrant and progressive organization that is dedicated to empowering women across the entire value chain, in the construction and built environment. A bit bigger, okay. So the key focus is that we ensure that we foster growth of women enterprises by enhancing our members' access to training, finance, networks, and business opportunities within the industry. Our mission is to promote gender equality and industry transformation and a sustainable growth that would support women entrepreneurs and professionals in that space. We are committed to creating an inclusive environment where women-led businesses can thrive and contribute to economic development and shape the future of construction in Gauteng and beyond the Gauteng borders. So this is just an introduction of ourselves. The way that we have even availed ourselves, we've even put our personal cell phone numbers there. That just shows how committed we are to engagement, to collaboration, to ideas, to opportunities. We want you to know that we are literally a phone call away. Sometimes you come across an opportunity that you might receive resistance when you try to go in by yourself, but there is power in collective voice. So that's what SAWIC is supposed to be to each and every one of us. It needs to be an advocacy organization that unlocks opportunities, not only in terms of training and development, but actual tangible projects and financially viable opportunities. And that's what we are hoping we will be able to achieve. So just to give you an overview regarding what we will be going through, it's our strategic vision and purpose. We'll be looking at the core pillars and the objectives of our strategy, what will be measurable, and the timelines that we are hoping to achieve all these things. As you know, we are not going to be in leadership forever and a day. We only have 3 years, and we need to dedelabanye so that there is a growth and sustainability of the organization. We'll also be touching, in terms of the strategic pillars, Renalitze 5, that we've said we are going to focus on. So the first one is organizational leadership and governance. And then we'll outline what we will be doing under that particular pillar and how we will be measuring ourselves for pillar A. We'll also be looking at financial sustainability and operational efficiency. SAWIC BE Gauteng. Pillar number 3 is membership growth and retention of our members. Pillar number 4, we'll be looking at skills development and enterprise support. Pillar number 5 is communication, ensuring visibility of our organization within the construction and built environment, and the influence that we have in the industry. It's time that SAWIC reclaims the power that it actually has. And in all of this, we'll be going through the strategic partnership and external linkages that we'll be hoping for. And we'll be looking at the monitoring and evaluation framework that will assist the process. And as you know, you've got a youngish leadership. Some of us are no longer youth, but young at heart. So we do want to have a tagline that we are going to be living by. And we have a proposed one that will be open for the suggestions, and we are open to completely new. This will help us in terms of, there's power in hashtag and social media. I want to tap into that power, that we know how na le project there, how go kai or hashtag what, and then when any stakeholder searches that hashtag, it brings all of us to show visibility at the organization. So again, as we have indicated, we want to position SAWIC Gauteng as a leading enabler of women-led enterprise development and transformation in the construction and built environment, contributing to national goals and industry modernization. We need to move with the times, and that we can only do by developing and diversifying some of our business offerings. So the first pillar, that I'm going to touch on now, I think for the sake of how we are going to do this, please allow me to go through the full strategy, and then we'll go in one by one and get inputs per pillar. And I would like us to request, when we are giving inputs, and then we will unpack in detail all the subcommittees, because all of these pillars belong in some of the subcommittees somewhere. Are we okay with moving in that way, colleagues? There's a hand? No, it was not sent intentionally, because we want to go through it together, and then but we'll discuss it if we want to take it out, or if it's something that will sit in subcommittees and be unpacked there. Are we okay moving forward? Too small? Okay, so the objective here in terms of, scroll up and the heading. Heading, please. Thank you. So, in terms of the organization leadership and governance, the objective here is to strengthen internal governance, leadership capacity for the effective operation of our organization and the decision making that we would need to do as an organization. How do we plan on doing that? Okay. As you can see, we've outlined deliverables, measure, timeline, and responsibility. So the first one is to revise and approve the SAWIC and B constitution. The measure is the constitution must go through the processes. As some of you might know, and hopefully all of us know, that we are currently in a process where the constitution is in the process of being edited, amended, and it should be adopted in the next NEGM. Because we had a workshop last year where we had a facilitator that was taking us through the process. We are fortunate enough that in the province, we've got two members, that are part of the task team for the constitutional amendment process that are representing Gauteng as well as myself, where meetings are held. And in the last meeting that we had, there is a timeline that was put in place for it. These certain things need to happen, which is an external legal review of the constitution so that it is ready to be adopted the NEGM that we are going to be having August. You see, the constitution is quite critical that we get right, because we've seen from experience that due to gray areas and gaps in our constitution, we currently have certain problems that could have been avoided if the constitution was comprehensive in addressing certain matters. So this, like I said, overview highlight again. So this responsibility lies with the Secretariat, because we still have the responsibility of consolidating any additional inputs that could come from the province in time before the NEGM, send it to national, so that when we go to national, it is then adopted. That's why we highlighted the importance of this constitution must be known by all of us. Leadership, organization. We all need to take ownership of this constitution so that we can collectively improve it. Second to that, we want to establish governance training workshops. We would like to be able to at least have 3 workshops delivered per year, where it talks to governance, and not only governance, organization, but governance as a whole, to help us run our organizations and our businesses correctly with the right empowerment in place. So we will be looking for certain stakeholders that can come on board. I know Matsakane has connections in terms of people that are training in the governance space. So with this particular one, it will also be a collaborative effort where we are saying, if you know a person that is good in governance training, tell us, bring them to the fore, let us see the costings. Maybe they are more affordable and they are more capable than what is currently on the table. And depending on the costing as well, again, another big drive that we need to do is increase our financial muscle so that we can be able to empower our members. Equally so, we also need to work on the culture that is currently in SAWIC, that every training is free. Not all training is free. Some valuable training, it needs to be a co-payment. So we can pay a certain portion and then Luena or Patale a certain portion for your own empowerment. And some of them, yes, they will be free, the ones that we are able to negotiate that with. Scroll down, please, ma'am. And then we also want to launch a leadership mentorship program. I think sometimes we underplay the importance of mentorship. Some of the mistakes that we do could have been avoided if you were walking the journey with someone who has walked the journey with you. So this one, the target is 20 members that we are targeting to formulate some form of mentorship. And remember, like explained earlier on, this is a stakeholder engagement relationship. And re tlhalositse ra really so the requirements. We all require different mentorship because of where we are in our business cycles. So you might find that internally we can establish a mentorship relationship. Some of them would require us to establish a relationship with an external mentorship, gigs and whatnot. It depends. And this will be unpacked again for the stakeholder committee. We are moving from governance. We are now moving to financial sustainability and operational efficiency, our second pillar, very important one, because money makes the world go round. And I think we are all here because we are working for our money. What we are basically saying is that this organization needs to achieve financial sustainability and improve its internal controls now rather than later, so that even like little one of the financial they are embarrassed because of the amounts that we are talking about. But it is where we find ourselves right now. But if we do things correctly, we would be able to have bigger funds in our kitty, but we need to make sure that we've got the right structures in place so that we manage it correctly. And as it remains your organization and it does what it's supposed to do for the members of the organization. And so in terms of this, the key one is for us to launch a finance committee with terms of reference that guides how this committee is supposed to function and what they are supposed to do and how they do it. Luckily, we've had a very active finance committee, although it was very small. PT can attest to this. We've got very engaging members of the finance committee, but we want to grow this finance committee. And in here, it will help us to be able to achieve what we need to do. So this sits under the responsibility of treasurer. And we are hoping that quarter 3 of 2025, we would have had a finance committee that has a terms of reference that functions the way that a finance committee should be functioning and does what it's supposed to be doing. And then beyond that, we want to develop a financial and procurement policy. So these policies would need to be developed, then adopted by us and saying, this is how we do things. After we adopt them, we need to implement them. Or if we want to buy a projector like we did now, this is the steps: procurement, purchase requisition, purchase order. We need to take ourselves seriously as an organization. That way, we've got a trail of this is how we do things, and stakeholders will trust us with their money. Because the truth is, but if our house is not in order, we will not. And one of the things that we are wanting to expect is a regalia sales campaign. We want to change the way that we sell and track our regalia and how we are currently running that regalia process. So repeal a target, or between 2026 and 2027, we should at least have generated 50,000 from regalia sales. Where if we do this right, this is part of the fundraising subgroup, finance committee. We could potentially see ourselves even supplying other provinces if we do it correctly. We do have an intention of creating an online shop where people can order, then our beautiful secretary does not have to suitcase right now. Everywhere, the hard heads and the keeper and whatnot. So we want to bring efficiency into how we buy chelete again before relo reka stock, or because we currently have a stock holdings quite big and it looks like the members have about into so we need to refine how we're doing things there. And then in terms of the big fish now in the finance space, we are looking to secure at least 3 partnership-based sponsorships. The nature of our organization, NPC, we rely on members' contributions, sponsorships, and donations. So we are targeting to at least have 3 formal MOUs that are signed by the year 2026. And this will be driven by PEXCO, Chairperson, Treasurer, with the support of the subcommittee, where we would be intentionally looking for substantial partnerships. This culture of us having, I guess you guys know how many MOUs we have. We have a lot. But we need to change how we are packaging these MOUs. We're having a discussion internally that we need to refine some of these agreements. There's a difference. Now, this is different legal frameworks. There's a difference between an MOU and an MOA, which is a memorandum of agreement. One is more legally binding. It's got measurable timelines. MOU could feel like, yeah, understand the robot lang, but it doesn't commit me to anything. But when we have an agreement, I can hold you to an agreement that we have. So we need to unpack these discussions so that we'll be able to, scroll down please, be able to maximize the brand that is SAWIC. So that this talks to industry alignment. We need to align with enterprise sourced supplier development programs that are out there. Triple BE Enterprise Development Scorecard. Guys, corporate has money for days that is sitting there, that is awaiting us to tap into it. But we can't do that if we don't have our house in order, if we don't have the right policies in place, if we don't have the right financial structures in place, if we're not reporting correctly, if we don't have a PBO. It's something as simple as that. It's still a challenge. We are working on it, but it's your entry ticket into the CSI budget space. And government has been a friend of SAWIC for very long. And it has supported SAWIC previously. We need to again rebuild those relationships and tap into the Triple PFA Act and take advantage of that, colleagues. So Kiona, in terms of the financial pillar that we've outlined key factors. Scroll down, please. We'll go number 3 now, right? Which is the membership growth and retention. We want to expand and retain an informed and engaged, very critical membership base. So for us, it's not only about having a big number. We want to have a big number, but a number that is engaged. I mean, like, look at the room right now. It should not be like this. We need membership that is engaged and committed to the organization. So we will be conducting a membership audit. We will be verifying membership, as Mam Mobile alluded earlier on. We need to look at our members and understand who they are, what do they do, what do they need, so that we are able to position ourselves better. We are able to unlock opportunities for members better. And we are hoping members will be honest when we are doing this membership audit, that if we have been grade 1 for 6 years, there's something that's, be honest and let us work the journey together. And if there's an opportunity that you want and you know you need it, let's trust each other to be able to unlock that opportunity together. It will benefit you and would have some form of an agreement. And these are the discussions that we have been having informally, so that when we go and go get Astoli into builders, for example, and they get you onto their shelves with your windows and. How do you then pay back to the organization? What type of agreement do we need to have between ourselves and you? And we have not drafted anything as yet because we want you, it should be an us agreement on how do we see these partnerships working. When we say we are able to, with our intervention, secure an opportunity to a project for how do we then maximize to ensure that we don't overburden? We don't want to email, but we want the opportunity to impact more than just one company. That's what we hope we'll be able to do. And then we want to implement an onboarding toolkit. So this is something that we have actively started working on. So 100% of our new members need to be onboarded correctly. So we've had we started a tradition, induction, where we have a physical induction. Luckily, most of the people that are here were part of that induction. And we've talked about having an induction booklet that we will develop for next year. This talks to the toolkit and issuing out a certificate so you feel that you are belonging to an organization. So those are the things that we want to put on, and that will be driven by the Deputy Secretary's office. And then we would love to launch a digital recruitment campaign. So the level of membership that we want, there's a certain quality of member that we want to be part of us. And like there's different classes, the membership, the students, those emerging, there's established, there is. So we want to be able to capture all these different membership classes. And we have put a target for ourselves, and we are hoping collectively we'll be able to achieve that target. So in office, minimum is that we should have 100 member base. So this would be mixed. We want to have corporate members, we want to have normal members, we want to have students on board, we want to have a mix of representation. So this will, once we get this correct, would be having a solid membership database that would assist collaborative efforts with the government and certain SMME programs that we know that are currently out there, that where they say they want to bring women in and they claim they don't know where to find these women. So that's what we are hoping would be able to achieve then. Okay, skills development and enterprise support. So the objective here is to build entrepreneurial and technical capacity aligned with national sector priorities. So we don't want members just for the sake of members. We want our members to actually grow in entrepreneurial, in their business capacity, and in technical understanding what is required. And we come from different spaces within the built environment industry, but we need to be able to say we have experts and specialists in certain industries and be able to say we have the ability to bring a specialist on board when there is industry discussions, and we are able to say Romela Fulu to be a representative SAWIC on a panel aiding for the specific industry. You can scroll down. So we want to partner with CETAs in terms of the technical, the capacity building. Only the MOU that are standing with critical stakeholders, we want to revisit them, review them, and take advantage of them again. And then in terms of the capacity building that we're talking about, there's a lot of expertise and knowledge that is sitting with our members. Ankar about potholes and how to close potholes and the technicality that is required. You'll be blown away regarding how much he knows. So we need to start bringing those to the fore, and there's different expertise within the room. We need to rebuild that technical. People need to know that if you think of SAWIC, we have capable women there that we can go ask for advice and so forth. So we want to do that by at least having master classes where we educate the general public about our industry. And we can do this from training and enterprise development perspective and bring Metzakan, who's a champion in that space. And we have an online podcast, but have those platforms where we showcase the technical abilities that we have. And we also want to implement a mentorship and funding access roadmap. So we need to formalize this, where we are able to say, here's a mentorship program that we are running within the organization. This is how, this is the vetting process that we take for a runga from Mona, we measure us so, we check our progress here, how, and at the end of this is how we then plug you to the different funding opportunities that are out there. So for this to happen, it's a collaborative effort where we need to speak to stakeholders. We need to organize ourselves as well. Maybe bring a consultant in that would assist us in building and defining this mentorship program. This would respond to the infrastructure plan and Department of Works transformation strategy. Please allow me to go through just this last one, and then maybe we can have a comfort break before I continue with the rest of the strategy. A toilet break, or should we push it to the end? Push to the end. Okay. All right. So the last one, key communication, visibility, and influence. So we want to elevate SAWIC's visibility, influence in public and private sector spaces. What do we want to achieve here? We want to launch a quarterly newsletter. We are hoping the Secretariat Subcommittee and us having a full-time administrator would assist this process. So this could potentially even lead to advertorial space that we could sell and help us raise funding. But we want to create visibility about the organization and what it is doing and what the members are doing. And that would be captured in 4 editions per year. And maybe would be able to get a stakeholder that would fund this initiative as well. Scroll down. Okay. So this, our provincial secretary will touch more, but what we aim to do is at some point we would like to have a profile of, remember we're aiming for 100 members when we exit office. So we would like to at some point profile and have a booklet that shows 100 women that are compliant, that are ready for business, that any stakeholder can pick up this either virtual or physical, and they can say, I'm looking for Ing. I know I'll find it within the 100 women that are compliant in that particular booklet. So we also want to design and roll out branding and regalia. So the ones that we have, they are beautiful, they are lovely, but we think we maybe should look at redesigning more vibier, more nicer. And again, this would be a collaborative discussion. There was a point raised in the when we had our induction, there was a dress. Mamnobile was saying it's something that we should maybe reconsider bringing back. We also want to introduce formal corporate wear. T-shirt, so those are some of the things that we want to bring on board. And name tags, as you can see, my colleagues are wearing name tags so that when we walk in, we can easily engage with each other. So in terms of these strategic partnerships and external linkages, we are going to align ourselves with government and private sector. We have named just a few there, but really we are going to go into the industry all guns blazing as soon as we have our house in order. If you know of a stakeholder that you know they have a specific CSI budget or they have a specific project that you think we should be tapping into, it should be a collaborative effort that we unlock these opportunities together. I'm not going to read one by one, but essentially we will be touching on various stakeholders that we want to partner and collaborate with. It's the same as well with industry bodies and other advocacy organizations. We are planning on intentionally building those relationships so that we leverage off each other's networks, so that we don't work in silos as organizations. And academia as well, we are planning on building a relationship. As you've seen, the National is heading the relationship building with UNISA already. So it's aligning to that academia plays a big role in terms of the technical skills it brings into the construction industry, and we want to partner with them in terms of that. Can you scroll down? So in terms of monitoring and evaluation framework, we want to have a quarterly review system where we will be able to track achievement of each strategic deliverable, still it's a 5, and see how we're doing, and see what are the stumbling blocks. How can we unlock? Should we maybe reposition ourselves? Should we change how we thought we will be addressing certain things? And we are fortunate enough to have a secretariat, and the administrator that is coming on board as well will be a youthful administrator that would assist us in drafting or putting together a digital dashboard that would give us an overview of progress on some of these things. And as you have seen, we want to implement a culture of having a stakeholder feedback report, that there is visibility regarding where we went, what was done, what did we talk about, and per stakeholder, and at a consolidated level as well at the PAGM at the end of the year, we would then consolidate the various report. And then we also want to biannually, or maybe quarterly, it depends, review some of the partnerships and fundraising goals, so that we are continuously aligned regarding what we want to do, how are we doing, and we don't just sign MOAs and MOUs and they gather dust. Us actually implementing and ensuring that they achieve what they need to achieve. Scroll. Okay, so we are now at the end where we have a proposed tagline, and again, this is a proposal. We are open to suggestions. So the tagline that we currently have is building women, shaping cities. So this is the hashtag that we had put together that we will go forward with. You can scroll down now. Okay, so that is basically a reflection of our policy and social impact footprint that we are hoping to achieve as SAWIC and BE Gauteng during our term. We are at the end, and as you can see in the picture there, all of this will only be possible with a collective approach. We can't do it on our own. We need a collaborative effort regarding this. Thank you so much, colleagues. That is, as indicated, I think maybe raising toilet break, and then we'll come back to engage. Or I'll look at toilet break. Wanna listen move. Nah, I can go on. Is the food here? Maybe let's have a working lunch. Let's have a working lunch. Huh. Or maybe you want to put it on record.
It's supposed to be able to extend the seniors.
Colleagues, the 5 minutes toilet break, I think, so we'll allow the catering lady to just set up. Please allow me to continue with the meeting. Little Emma, one by one, we just have pressure. Our host has indicated that they close the office between 3:30 4. So I'm gonna try that. We did start late, and there's some critical discussion points that we still need to get to, colleagues, if you will allow. Again, as indicated, this strategy is a proposal. It's open to inputs. I'm just going to allow a few hands in the interest of time, but this will be properly unpacked in the subcommittee discussions. It will still be discussed there for further adding of meat. So is there any hands regarding the presentation that I've just said now? Makobile, I see you. Can I, the Netsagani, Limamedi, and then Kate Asfusa. Thank you. Those are the hands that we are going to take. I've noted.
Chair, again, humbled and we are planning with the time. Thank you very much for the strategy. Really strategic time for this number of that the subcommittee start working on the and then subcommittees come back and bring some feedback and some notes. Your operations and grievance activities. Other than that, my concern are only two things that we have moved to first quarter. The launch of the digital equipment campaign. I would request that to make it to the last quarter and then later, we've done the same. When it comes to strategic partnership, I would really think that to get a subcommittee or stakeholder work agency on 4 advantages or current opportunities, such as Salga, Cargo, SAC, PCMP, and Luxembourg. That is not like in the entire quarter, rather than with the third quarter relationship. So it's very fantastic. I think you gave us a good thought and we praise the team and
Thank you so much. And the next hand that was up, I think in Sakani.
Thank you very much for this. I think my what point as I don't know the subcommittee, but also after that, I think we need the entire leadership session where we are going to discuss that the subcommittee and the picture. Yeah, because people that's wrong. So we are keep our community. The subcommittees and also the funds to get compensation for the entire
Thank you so much, Ms. Sakani. Mameki, you're on the floor.
Because the way SAWIC was operating, we living a company that it was doing the other things, but the SAWIC was operating. And I think one of the most created most of the people get they lost on the so my husband I can really be bothering myself with dog. Then now I'm going to approach them. And then I'm going to face them. Who's out here? They don't negative, but what? of the day. It was like less to know, sir. There's a millions of people, and then the other one. Yeah? So we must just read the book. Some was cooperating like this, and it was a successful sound. We're giving a millions and millions of their accounts. Then I'm still thinking about those accounts.
Thank you, Mameki, for the wisdom. This is voice, let me give you an opportunity. Are you fine? Okay. I always have a lot to say, but I'm trying not to engage all the in the interest of time. But all the points have been put across are noted and received, and we will action accordingly. Having said that, I'm going to now propose we move to the next agenda item, which is the proposed 2025 organizational calendar. I'm going to request our DS to project it. So the calendar that we are going to be projecting now, it's a proposed calendar. We are hoping this will help us establish some form of consistency and stability and pre-planning in terms of knowing and blocking your diaries way in advance, so that we know the engagements that are required from you. Just make it bigger, please. I'm going to ask you to scroll. But essentially what I wanted to mention is that we were quite glad when there was a proposal, therefore let's arrive a bit an hour early, so that we go through the welcome presentation, and we hoped that that was going to be actually implemented, because going into the future, we foresaw creating that culture, 1 hour earlier, as an opportunity to invite certain stakeholders into our meetings, where they present opportunities, enterprise propellers, funding that's available, trainings that's there, projects that needs intervention from JPC or such things. And it's quite disappointing that that did not happen. We are even now afraid to commit to the stakeholders to say, come, our members be present, because we don't want to, firstly, the brand weekend, the personal relationships that we have with some of these stakeholders that we will be bringing on board. But the intention when we put the calendar together, as you will see, we wanted to propose that there's predominantly Thursday, even SAWIC meeting days. You'll see 26 June, we had the membership induction. Today, 3 July, it's a Thursday, we are having this physical meeting. And then 35 August, take over from C. It says it's online. So not all meetings will be physical meetings. Some of them will be online. But judging by today, I think we might move to having more online and less physical. Because if you look at the number of meeting summary, we were technically going to have we've had the induction. We're going to, in this year, we're going to have 5 physical meetings and 3 virtual meetings. This is between now and March, including the AGM. But I think we might need to swap it around. We have 5 virtual meetings and 3 physical meetings, considering the turnout that we have experienced today. And then again, we will bringing to the meeting, to the House, to the members to decide. And another thing that we wanted to highlight is that zoom in. Okay. It's on the side. So we will be sharing this proposed calendar to members for inputs. We also wanted to carry a theme for some of our meetings. For example, this meeting that we are having now is our yearly initial quarterly planning and committee updates. So next year, this meeting, the committee is reporting on our strategic progress, and then as well as in other meetings, focus on sector news, bring a guest speaker in that's relevant to our industry, and probably bring in some training element, whether we bring a governance or compliance train or something of that sort. So we have some level of theme within all the meetings. At line 11, we are now looking at budget review and collaboration opportunities. The meeting, we would be reviewing how well we do, what collaboration opportunities have resulted with results, and refine sort of that, all of that. So this is still very much a proposal. It's open to inputs, but we want to create some stability regarding when do we meet. And of course, if there is a requirement for urgent meeting, we would then discuss it and communicate it accordingly. And the Constitution does allow us to slot in urgent meetings as and when required. Maria, your hand is noted, you can come in. Okay. March. Okay, next, the provincial general meeting. Okay, noted. That is corrected, needs to be updated there. We might be allocated to next year's PHM. So thank you for noting that. It will be corrected accordingly. Member of the Secretariat Committee, if I may add. So she's in her elements. If there's no further hands regarding the proposed calendar, we are going to move. We will share it with all members for inputs and suggestions. Are we okay to move, please? Thank you so much. And now we are coming to point 12. I'm going to hand over to my secretary, starting with with social media, and then yes, we'll come in with the women's construction program. Please.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Me again. I just wanted to emphasize, I knew that I did post the social media credentials in the WhatsApp, but I understand the challenge could have been because everything was on PDF. What I'm going to do, I'm going to share profile links directly from the account so that people don't have to click on, because I think that could be the problem. Why people were not, because I realized that people can't follow, even I've shared in the main group, and when we still had the members group, I also posted in the new members group. So I'm going to be posting links, and I'm going to ask that we please follow and we interact so that we have some interactions on our social media. It doesn't, unfortunately, we had to create our social media accounts, new ones, scratch. So right now, we are sitting with an Instagram account with only 2 followers. we are sitting with a Facebook page with only one follower. Hence, I emphasize that we please follow our accounts, because at the end of the day, I'm going to brands and I'm asking them to please give us branded merchandise for our members, and then we will also post. But when they check our socials, we don't have a following. As a branding manager or as a PR manager, if I look at in organizations numbers and there's less than 500 people, I'm not going to give them my branded merch, because they paid to do that merchandise, and then SAWIC comes with 5 followers and asking that. For some people, that is a reflection of our members. That but this is because you can't say we have 40 members and then we only have 2 followers. So we are living a very digital and savvy era, and we need to catch up. Otherwise, we're going to find other organizations that are going to beat us. Because I personally am very big in social media, and I make decisions based on that. From where I was, the hat I used to wear, where I used to work, we made certain decisions based on social media numbers. So I need to understand that this is it. I cannot emphasize on how important it is for us to, everyone needs to follow our accounts, and we need to like, post, and we need to comment. So even if I post that Mustafa went to Nisa yesterday, was with the deputy president, you might have seen that in the what you see the very same reactions that we got in the WhatsApp group. We need those reactions on social media pages. And the more we have reactions on social media pages, then we are more followers. Because we have an option of paying to get followers, but those are not organic followers. Then we are going to just have people that don't have an interest in construction and building investment following our pages, which means that whatever we're going to be posting won't be enticing to them, and they won't see a need to like or comment, because they don't relate and they are not affected by what we are posting. So I'm begging you guys, I'm going to be posting links before we leave here. Can each and every one of us please follow? It's LinkedIn, it's Facebook, it's Instagram, it's Twitter. And if you don't have those accounts, I am pleading that you go and create them, because even for yourself and for your businesses, you must do the same as well. Make sure that your businesses also have social media accounts, not just posting. This is what I do. Go and create accounts for your own companies and post things that you are doing. Even if it's something that you did a long time ago, it's okay. The hashtag flashback Friday or hashtag throwback Thursday. It's okay. You can do that. You are allowed. But it is, I cannot emphasize on how important, especially right now, how important it is for you guys to be on social media, to have social media followers and interaction, to also follow the relevant ones. Because I'm just going to make an example with the medallions thing that I attended. So where did I see that? I saw it on my Facebook. I attended. I shared in the group. Monday saw it, and then RSVP'd, and what happened? She got there and she won a hamper. And then when I was there, actually when I saw the post, I saw that, oh, okay, this is in the Val, I'm in the Val, and I RSVP'd and then asked for their WhatsApp number. They DM'd me back, they sent me a WhatsApp, and then I asked to meet the relevant people at the event. They're like, okay, we will be expecting you. So even when we got there, Mamle got there before me, they already knew about SAWIC, because I had sent them a brief information that I'm coming from SAWIC and to have a chit chat next Thursday. Me and Chief have a meeting at Medal Paints, and this potentially a long-term relation. And because they're not sold in the Bible. There's people here from Pretoria, people here from East Rand and Soweto. Then if they're having those the same events in those areas, they will be able to share that information and we'll share it with our members. So this is just a typical example of how important social media is. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For me, it is about the Women's Month that is starting next month, where we are proposing to have a Women's Month profiling, where we are about 39 companies that are led by women in construction. And we are not going to, we have brought in the idea, we are not going to frustrate ourselves by following up on people. It will be people, it will be based on first come, first serve basis, where we will be allocating the dates on who are we profiling. We will try and have our media lady to come and take pictures, and also our DS to make sure that all our social platforms will be sharing that profile of that specific business person. We are looking at profiling all the 39, but I'm just thinking that it will just go a little bit over than August month, because we are 39, probably it's 30 days or 31 days, I'm not sure. Then we will then fall off to September. And my suggestion is that a day, let us profile one business so that it can get the attention it deserves. But whoever that has committed, we plead with you that you honor the agreed time. It will be an interview. It will be like a podcast where you are selling your business. Are we okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, for those inputs. It is
I propose, I had meetings that I don't motion. So that I can get I move that each member contributes a month to the social media platform or the budget for us as the numbers is going to. So if we contribute every month, that will actually benefit whoever that has more, it's fine. I have the minimum of 50.
Noted, follow.
Also, I recommend to be emphasized this weekend. So if people are not patient, go back friends now, go looking forward to the country to fight and
Right, so it sounds like what we essentially saying is the PT will draft a budget, but we also want to augment and add on to that particular budget their social media, where we request our members to generously donate the minimum 50,000 if you can, we won't say no, and to assist with our social media presence. And I want to indicate, maybe while we're here, that social media, it integrates to our website as well. And we did send out a request, RFQ, and we're looking for internal members that can help us revamp our website to make it relevant, to make it informative, to make it impactful. And we unfortunately did not get anything within our members, but we have looked outside, and there is a specific service provider that we are looking at that will assist us. I can introduce our online shop. So it's sort of a combined website revamp at the online purchase situation. And while we are closing this out, we indicate we were fortunate enough to be introduced to a social media personnel that is normally at Amanda Rona when we have critical engagement. Her name is Setu. Currently volunteering, but it should be a payable service that the organization pays. So she takes the footages and advises the social media together with our DS. Digital visibility, it plays a huge role in today's life, especially where we want to position organization. Okay, so PS has indicated regarding the Women's Month profiling. So we are now going to be handing over to our provincial treasurer to give us the first quarterly financial report. Thank you very much.
I forgot, sorry. And then, as we are aware, we don't get stipend. So now and then we do make provision for our PEC score because a lot of the things that we do, we use our own resources. So now and then we do make provision for our PEC score so that they can get around. Like if, for example, DS has to drive from Vereeniging to Pretoria, she can't always be driving using her own fuel. And then marketing and communication, this expense particularly was for our website, the domain renewal, and also getting it up and running for the year. Bank charges are very straightforward. It's our monthly fees and whatever expenses in the account that accumulates costs. Airtime as well. So in the beginning of the year, generally, when we, for example, they mentioned that some members need to be called to find out, to follow up on forms and stuff like that. So this is part of those expenses. Accountancy fees, we've been fortunate enough to have Vincent as our accountant because I'm sure as business people, if you look at the figure that's reflected here and what we actually pay, this is basically nothing. And he is very supportive. He assists us with preparation of our financial statements as well, among other things. And then we have, from our membership that we collect every year, we are required as per our constitution to contribute 30% of what we collect over to national. So this is what was paid over to national in terms of that. And then this one, it might be small or it might seem small, but it is actually a very big milestone because in our quest for accumulating assets as an organization, as Matsakani alluded in the beginning of our meeting, we do not even have a SAWIC laptop that we can say this is something that belongs to the organization. But I am proud to say that we have procured a projector. This will help us maintain this level of professionalism. If we happen to have a meeting somewhere else, we know that we have our own resources that we can bring with. And also, if we have stakeholder meetings, they will take us seriously because we can then come prepared to present our stuff and not rely on them to always provide us with these resources. And just to add on to this, on the issue of the laptop, if you know any doors that we can knock off for these kinds of sponsorships, please DM me so that we can follow up and maybe pursue that. And if any of our members are feeling a little generous, we welcome any donations. If it's an old laptop that you're not using that is in a working condition, we are not fussy really, because we don't have the equipment. And then that brings our total expenditure for the first quarter to 24,000 Rand. I'm just rounding off, ladies. Just now I'll be sounding like Jacob Zuma if I have to go through each and every figure. So just to reconcile, at the start of the period, we opened up with 46,000 Rand. This is as of the 1st of April. Our total income was membership fees and the donation that we received, which came up to 25,000 Rand. And then our expenses, which were 25,000, well, close to 25,000 Rand as well. And our closing cash balance at the end of the period was sitting at 47,000 Rand. So just to mention, we've got a social account. It's a society scheme saving. So we have what we call a social account where members, on top of our membership fees, contribute 500 Rand. So this goes towards things like catering and whatever other expenses that involve whatever social events that we plan for our members. So we, unfortunately, after COVID, we've had to put that on hold. But going forward, I think it's something that I would like us to maybe reintroduce at some point, because I must say these funds are really helpful.
especially if we have to cater for a meeting such as today. Our meetings really do tend to take longer sometimes, depending on the program of the day. And we cannot expect our members to sit here from 8 to 5 without eating or anything like that. So the social account balance as at the end of June is sitting at 7,200. Our total cash on hand is 54,000 rand, and as I've mentioned, we've got two bank accounts. It is our transactional account where all our day-to-day transactions go through, as well as the social account, which is for our social events and stuff like that. So just to emphasize on our chairperson actually mentioned that these figures are actually embarrassing to present. But I must say, I personally think that we've done well, because this honestly could have been worse. We have tried to put in some measures that just track how we spend money, because these small amounts, they may seem significant, but over a period of time, once they've accumulated, you find that there's been so much wasteful expenditure that could have been avoided to begin with. So what I would like to see happen when we present this next time is maybe stipends and stuff like that. Obviously not now, but in the coming years, because really I must applaud our leadership. None of them, not once do I receive, they don't even send me any requisitions for anything. In most cases, everyone uses their own resources. And I just want to thank them for that, because yeah, it's quite expensive and it can become pricey, given the distances that we travel as well. So thank you so much for that. And that brings me to the end of our report. I look forward to the sponsorships, if you are able to assist, or maybe also send us in the right direction of where we can go and get assistance for stuff like our office equipment. Thank you. So I don't know if there are any questions based on what I've presented. Maseja, I will take Maseja, Metsagani, Memaria, and Manachilingi in that order.
The accountancy fees, is that an annual fee? Just what will your report just April to end of June? So if that is not an annual fee, what have you done for us? 6.7. And then number 13, if it's so I found things that very
Yes, it is an interest-bearing account, but the interest accumulated honestly isn't much. I think we are looking at 20 rand a month at this point. So yeah, I think it's for me personally, it's one of the things that we need to discuss as part of the finance committee, and then maybe also take to the members to see what other investment opportunities are available for us in terms of that. And then in terms of the accountancy fees, so basically he assists with quarterly reports and just putting all so what we normally do is I send him all the source documents and he prepares our financial statements every year. So this amount that you see here is for the previous financial year. So he has done his job, he has prepared those financial statements, but the timing of when we have paid him, that's why it falls under the first quarter. So this is for work done basically in the previous financial year. So as I've explained as well, like whatever SARS matters, CIPC that we need, he's literally a phone call away. And like I said, people charge lots of money for this, especially preparation of financial statements. Who was next?
thank you very much. Looking at expenses, we are not doing this. Why I'm saying that
We need to come up with a budget. Remember, and then we need to have a budget for it. We need to have budget. Not whether you guys are should be there at the time. And then if my mind says they were going to take out, we told that that was really the percent. And then if you don't have a budget, it's the top. So I cannot depend on donation or social contribution. We need to take a decision as an organization to have that. For the administrator, that the two administrators and aid and data without any delay. And then that budget, I think we'll add to and then in that budget, but we cannot have leadership which is not getting stipend. We cannot have a leadership who doesn't get excise allowance. We cannot allow them as we have security outcome. So we need to come up with that budget. And the standard practice cannot have money sitting in an account, but we have assets. So we need to look at the assets as an organization. Unlike having money which is got bank charges and other things. And then also we need to look at investment account going forward when we fundraise and get food. So, but for now, I would like to move the motion of us having a budget. Maybe in our next meeting we submit it to the members and then we approve it. It should be implemented.
Thank you, Mr. Kani.
I think we have covered most of the things. But I just want to ask this social account that you are putting money in it, your 500 whatever, just to have money on that account. Or if the money that was there before. Meaning, if we can be able, as members, to maybe to have something that we can also add on that, I think that will be better for all of us.
Okay, yeah. So the social account, as I've explained, I don't know if you remember, there was a contribution of 500 Rand that we used to contribute in addition to our membership fees. So this is all money that has been in the account since then. Some of it was used in preparation of the special meetings that we've had with all the challenges that we've had within the organization as Gauteng was hosting. So some of all provinces contributed. Let me just clarify that. All provinces contributed money, but because of our financial constraints, our contribution came from the social account. But this money has just been sitting there. Manwile.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, PT.
Chair. Oh, sorry, it was Mamegi first. I apologize. Thanks.
Every year. But we I think it's sometimes that people are not when funerals, we take another money from second, we take another money from the account. And then finish the from people contributing the right of one never contribute to the funeral, and the one people. Okay, we begin welcome.
And then the expenses of the and then it needs to make it a I think we can say be able to say, but we're using that as a asset, we're using that office. It's another office. Venue and catering over the meetings. I think that's another thing what budget for us for catering, if you tell them on time, that we're going to appoint this meeting, we're going to put out. Therefore, the budget for the catering people that want the donation from them. So you can see that we are very and then the link stationery, I don't think stationery the first buy every month. This is stationery for the time. It won't, next time it won't come to that 1,000. Because I don't know what type of stationery the whole thing.
Can I?
I believe I was doing the people are using this go to Sanako and what is this? They take you guys next door, Sanako, those things so and say this they do so that you are going to work with. Because now you can't go to Sanako and say, please, and we are going to put our meeting, we support to make that because when we were there the first time, it's old friend told us that what the money for catering for us so that we can go very quick and then when we organize inside, they will organize the catering for years, not a transport. They will send somebody with the state catering for something. They will say so that by now, then you can say that.
Thank you, Mami.
You said the accounting for being financial statement.
Yes. Yes. On the issue of Sanako, it's very difficult to implement things and work with stakeholders if we don't have something formal on paper to say this is what this relationship entails. Because now, on the issue of catering, it's the first time I hear of it, which is why it's important, whatever agreements or understandings that we get into with our stakeholders, we need to formalize it. It needs to be on paper. And even to date, I haven't seen anything on paper with our relationship with Sanako. So it becomes a challenge for us to say, okay, this is what we have access to when it comes to this stakeholder. So in terms of Sanako, we were not aware that we've got a catering budget with them because till today we don't have anything on paper to formalize our relationship with Sanako. Thank you, Mami. Your inputs are noted. And the stationery, remember PAGM also, we had to print reports and stuff for members. So this all forms part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, PT. Thank you for the information. I would really request that we do the gap processes. I think your finance committee has been empowered with people that understand what I'm talking about. Chair, your plans and your budget supposed to be adopted and approved by us. So bring in your plans and then the budget, and then we approve it. Then we go to strategic planning. All the things that secretariat and treasury are saying,
And let's just go over the groups and PT. We not touch on it when we're doing induction, that we need to talk about the 500 friends of the social. Please flag them into our group so that people that have it available, they are available. Plus what we said on the, when you say it, those that afford, we are making people, remember, you can't say if you afford, because that means we have people that only afford and those that say they can afford. So I would really request that we have an online meeting in the month of July where we get your plans attached with figures and then PT do the budget that have plans within her budget and then you approve it. Then we can then know that how much is needed for strategic planning, how much is reserved for strategic planning for subcommittees, because subcommittees involve the same members that will be present at the strategic planning meeting. But let the plans and the budget be approved urgently because it's your first, I call it your first quarter, but we're in that second quarter. So let your budget be approved now and then move on. But let members commit to have our accounts split decent. I'm not going to repeat what Metsakane mentioned. You guys, when you do this that, it must reflect the we're not talking owners' equity here. This is an organization where members must contribute and not say, I've used my money. So your plans will speak to your budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mangobile. Your inputs are noted. If we don't have any more questions, can I hand over to our chairperson? Is everyone happy with? Are you answered with your questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Casey, for the report and the engagement from the floor. Just to add in a few things regarding what has the deliberations that have happened this first quarter report. Budgets noted well received, but I also want to propose that some of these things that we are going to budget for, we try to expedite them, particularly to enable the organization to function. I'm talking about the social media, I'm talking about the network purchase, because we want the organization to run as soon as possible. I'm not saying let us bypass organizational process. I'm requesting that we prioritize certain elements of that particular budget. And if you are going to be honest, as the collective that is sitting here and we say we are going to plan and do our programs according to the budget at hand, we'll be doing any justice to organization. Justice in terms of what we are wanting to achieve. Because the reality is the organization cannot afford the plans that we want to put in place. And it is a collective position that we have had in our discussion, even in our engagement, that is going to be a labor of love. Because we love the organization, we will do certain things outside of the budget constraint. And we are hoping the subcommittees that will come on board as well will adopt the same strategy. Because a practical example, we are going to, when we sit with the stakeholders meeting and prepare a subcommittee, stakeholder engagement calendar, and I agree that we're going to and we say we must now allocate a traveling budget towards that type of a situation, looking at the number of members that we have in the stakeholder subcommittees and the rotational basis that we taking the relevant people to the different relevant stakeholders, it would not be sustainable to then say we are now basing our plans on the actual budget. But the budget must have, we agree that the organization must have a budget. It's true, it's part of governance, and we need to apply the government principles. And the unfortunate thing is the funds that are in hand restrict us to do certain things. That's why we are hoping to be able to prioritize certain things so that we can bring in more funds to be able to start moving towards that approach that you are suggesting when we have sufficient funds in our coffers. And I support the 500 rand reduction, and given the motion here, not compulsory is sometimes, especially in our organization. Even those that can, because we said not compulsory, they should not. And we understand that it's economically tough times, but if we can sacrifice for our own purposes, we should be able to do the same for the organization. Having said that, I really hope that we can at least add a zero behind the numbers that we are seeing. It's really dismal that we sit and we discuss that. It's not correct. It's not correct. Let us actively change that, and we've had the history of what SAWIC was able to do previously, and we know the capacity of the organization. This needs to definitely change. And we find ourselves in challenging time where there is a parallel structure, but I strongly believe that we can maneuver around it, and we are hoping the legal case will also come into conclusion. I'm going to move on to the next point if there's no follow-ups.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you know, when you have your plans as departments and that budget, even if it's a 20%, but people must know what in the future that department requires. Not that, because the budget is for all departments with their, what do you call them, by the way, the amount of, where it's what is required in brackets, it's in red, because that money is not there. That's the money that we need to raise, that's the money that we get. So the budget needs to include that, not that that money is available. So that then the department, we need to have a subcommittee for fundraising, I don't know, or it's all under the list. So that committee knows what to fundraise, what to talk about, because every department's amounts and future figures or future figures that are operational figures, which a healthy organization needs this type of budget. Even when you go to CEDA and I know CEDA and
But the people just and then for the constitution, you know this under 8 provinces or 7 provinces. In on the constitution. It was our baby, we were talking the world. And people were people. You must just make it, you must just make it because it's something who are on the next time. We know what is question. When you the list, I don't want to speak. Even if we can by ourselves or as if the people are not attending the meeting, it's going to be. Because I don't think visual can wait. People are speaking very around. When they say visual, they will just take
All enough on it.
so it's better.
I agree.
And then it can be only for people, but not because it's for 3 to 4 people here. Okay.
Noted, Mameki.
That's going to support them to move fast. I don't want
Language. See, our minutes are now going to have language that's not right. Okay. Point made. Point made.
But you know, it's content baby. But by individual, they're going to just leave them.
Noted. Thank you, ma'am. Valid points made. Issue sponsorship. We know it's been a tradition that we pay conference fee. It's something that we have done as an organization, and it measures commitment as well. So I don't want us to move away from it. In terms of sponsorship, it's our intention to actively look for sponsorships, but we also want to be meticulous in terms of how we use the money that we get into the organization. It must be impactful. We must do progress in the long run. But the point is noted. We'll try. We can commit to trying. One of the most important colleagues, which is the legal case update. Our meeting. Okay, so we did share the update that we received from the national office. Unfortunately, my colleague is not here to project. It was received on the 14th of May.
DS, sorry, DS.
Real talk out to project, please. Neropopo project has a legal proceedings. So we saved the best for last, or the most difficult for last. For those who don't know, we find ourselves in a legal battle as an organization. A legal battle that was not necessary if the constitution was beefed up and comprehensive. Just to provide context regarding the situation at hand, we have previous national leadership that was elected, and them being elected, they did not report for 3 years that they were in office. We did not receive any organizational report. They cite they have their own reason, but the constitution was not applied accordingly in essence. So having said that, as members, a resolution was then taken that we are removing that national office that was in place Firstly, because there was a number of resignations within that structure. There was only 2 members that was originally voted in. The 3 were adopted by the 2 that were left in. So having said that, the majority of elective power was gone, because when you are adopted, you don't have voting rights as a leader, as per constitution. So engagements were attempted with the national office bearers to try to show reason regarding them stepping down, and it was met with resistance until we followed the constitutional process that called for an emergency national AGM, where we then elected the national office bearers during the induction. The 5 ladies, and Auxiliary as the Secretary General is one of them. So I'm now going to go into this, because now this is an update of what is currently happening, that I've given you a bit of background. So introduction, the national office bearers of SAWIC and PC reaffirmed the commitment to accountable leadership and institutional governance and transparency. Maybe let me backtrack and indicate this memorandum was received on the 14th of May 2025. It was immediately shared on the group, but we are now following the formal process of communicating. So the circular provides an update on the key legal, regulatory, and organizational actions taken to protect and preserve the institution's democratic and lawful functioning. Engagement with the High Court. So the NOB initiated and responded to legal proceedings in both the Pretoria and Johannesburg division of the High Court. So key case number 1, case number 10, Pretoria. So this one is a declaratory application was filed to confirm the legitimacy of the NOB elected during the National Annual General Meeting held in August 2024, and to challenge the continued occupation of office by directors whose term lapsed on the 31st of July. So ena ki case ring ba voted in as our national leaders are the legitimate leaders, and they are now saying but the constitutional delinquencies are not the leaders. But there was a counter case that was brought against them, the Bonang case, Yamubiti, Johannesburg, where the NPC, because the previous national, when you are voted into office, you are then added onto NPC. So we are now the custodian, we are on the NPC, that's how you get in. And then Hateme Ifela, what? You vacate the office. That's how it's supposed to be. So Babe registered the NPC to file an interdict, where they are interdicting Baraba voting in, including the provincial chairperson. So they're saying if we provincial chairpersons give the illegal structures or parallel structures, and so and the period of response has lapsed without a reply. So the legal representatives, our current national, opposed Casey Ina Johannesburg to say that is not true. And in that opposing, they asked them to reply Kanako 8, and they did not apply as it stands. So a formal request of the judicial case management has been submitted to Judge President of Gauteng to align both matters and ensure judicial efficiency and consistency. So this is just to basically say key cases they two and look at them as one matter. So we are not running between 2 cases. That's essentially what that point says. And then in terms of other actions that have been done, now for us to get back the CIPC, that legal company state, we are now looking at another avenue, which is the formal complaint to Companies Intellectual Property Commission has been lodged. So following the notice, investigation issued by CIPC at the 17th of October, the NOB, through its legal representative, has submitted formal objection and request for written reasons. The objection challenges the refusal to investigate as procedurally and constitutionally defective, reaffirms the NOB status as the lawful elected leadership, and then highlights governance breakdown, unauthorized directorship filings, and the abuse of the NPC's separate jurisdiction personality. Supporting documentation include resolutions, nomination records, legal correspondence, stakeholder notices, all confirming the NOB's mandate, governance failure at the NPC. CIPC is being called upon to intervene and restore statutory compliance in terms of Section 169 of the Companies Act. Brief context regarding this point. So, CIPC, so some of the people that were resigned were removed fraudulently from the CIPC. Signatures were something happened there and they were removed without their consent. So a letter was written to CIPC to say, where's more? An immediate response was that we won't investigate this, fraud, go report a case. But through legal representation, our national office bearers are forcing the CIPC to investigate internally for how does this happen on your systems that a person is removed, because it talks to the oversight of their internal systems and fraud that they need to investigate before, as an organization, go the police station. And then it have stakeholder communication and institutional integrity. A communication was issued to all stakeholders, 21 January 2025, outlining the governance crisis, reaffirming the NOB's authority. This was a necessary counter misinformation and highlights attempts to exploit the NPC's jurisdiction identity. Resolutions requesting CIPC to update its record and reflect the NOB as the current directors have been submitted for a CIPC update. A letter of demand, Rule 7, Subpoint 1, corresponds to attorneys acting without authorization were also served. Okay. I get a case by Johannesburg, by SAWIC as the NPC, or by represent SAWIC and Rona leadership, Rona Ife. So if you put a case using an organization, you need to have minutes mandating that says the members have given you permission to do that legal action. And the lawyers are asking Matlara's team to provide them with that process that was followed internally, and no correspondence has been received. But what they are also highlighting, regarding 21, all the stakeholders that have worked with SAWIC previously, your sitters, everyone, has been sent an email to say, please put your relationships with SAWIC on hold for now until we sort ourselves out. Because what was happening was that the other party was still continuing taking advantage of funds, projects in using the NPC, because it's still in their possession. And we have sent, the national leadership then sent out that communication. So since that, it has had impact. We have seen some stakeholders that have stepped away from the previous, from barring 20 baht again. So that is why you see Rerumela, the venue late. It's because we are trying to mitigate a very sensitive situation, because there is a rabalaya type of situation happening. But from the other party, it is them distracting anything that we are trying to do than them running their own programs. That's what we have picked up. Whatever we do, they try to disturb, but they are not doing anything particularly for their members. And then in conclusion, sorry, colleague. No, let's 4 hours straight. Voice So conclusion and forward strategy, the NOB continues to engage constructively, again, with the courts, with the regulatory bodies, stakeholders to safeguard the integrity of SAWIC and BNPC. Our approach is anchored in law, guided by constitutional document Yarona, and loyal to the will of the members who have entrusted us with this leadership. Call on all structures and members to support the rule of law and uphold the resolutions adopted for the August 2024 NAGM when we elected them into office. And then further updates will follow as legal and regulatory proceedings evolve. Issued by the National Office Bearers. That is the update as far as I can provide in terms of this legal situation. There's an element that runs parallel with this. As we all know, litigation is very expensive. With it being expensive as an organization, so no financial star only 50,000. Just imagine. Just imagine. So we find ourselves with a big legal bill, and I want to put it on record that there has not been true transparency from National regarding the legal bill. But you have seen communications that we have shared, to pay for the legal fees. It is still very gray regarding exactly how much do we owe, how much have we paid, where is the limit, where is our cut-off in terms of the legal costs that. So because I don't have anything in writing, the accountant in me, I'm an accountant by profession. It's how the numbers because I don't have them in writing. To me, I need to see the number and say, this is the number that we are working with. So I have requested that information, and I wanted us as a collective to take a resolution to write a letter to National as Gauteng province and say we require a financial report regarding the legal case. Thank you for the updates in terms of what's happening. Finance regarding the legal case. But what I also wanted to highlight is that this is not a national problem. We elected these people into National. It is all of our problem because it affects organization Yarona. The fight might be happening at national level, but we are affected in provinces. Maybe allowing my colleagues to come in. Okay. Are you okay? Must I hand over to the members? Okay. But I'm going to hand over. Yours is 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Just so that we can respect the people that have given us the facility, or next time, colleagues. I know previously we used to sit here until Gabo 10, but times have changed. The government of the ANC and the GNU is different, and the dynamics are on right now. So they can allow us to come in and relax with us as time goes on. Colleagues. So 2 minutes. Let's give inputs. Who is timing the 2 minutes? So when a speaker comes on the floor, who need time? Ma'am Maggie, your hand, please.
The 10,000 that you see for healthy is according to this.
Please speak into the mic, Ma'am Maggie. So, Ma'am Maggie, for recording your minute, the meeting, I'm sorry. People, I don't know my mic,
They did not feel that you speak for 10,000 for the legislature. We collect the money according to it. 200 or 300, the chief nine province of it province and then so it's a legal mistake.
Thank you for respecting the 2 minutes. Example has been set.
I'm requesting that the treasurer of the all right to send this update without financial or without accounting budget. But we have been in the last to see and the church and then we TG to provide the details and details accounting processes.
Thank you. So you second the motion, yeah, the letter. Thank you. Ma'am Sakane? Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I do apologize for pressuring and pressuring the responses. Having said that, the next point is AOB. We did not have any additions when we started the meeting. We are going to propose closure, and thank you so much. Firstly, for your patience and for those that arrived, Ghana. And I hope you really talk to your colleagues. And this culture needs to change, guys. We are now because we wanted to invite stakeholders, wanted to do so much, and they will come here and there's only 2 people in the room. So let it discourage, not you, but Barry discourage. And a proposal was made, actually, it's a motion. Let me put on record. There was a motion that was put that even when we go out there and we get opportunities, let us look at meeting attendance in terms of prioritization. So I start up bank organization seriously, and then we add the rest of the members to complete the numbers that are required. So I would like that motion to be formally adopted in this meeting that is able to make decisions. There's a motion, members, going forward. We prioritize members that attend meetings in terms of opportunities, stakeholder meetings, engagement, so on and so forth. Is there any seconders on the floor? LSTG, seconded by Member. It's minuted, it's a resolution of our meeting. Trust you me, we will implement it. Thank you so much, colleagues. And I'm going to ask that we close in prayer. It's your open in prayer, and may we all be blessed. It's a expense from our budget. We did not get a sponsor this time around. So it's a wasteful expenditure because people did not indicate they are not coming. So any volunteers to pray, or should I pray?
I'll pray.
Thank you.
Heavenly Father, thank you, Lord, for health. Thank you, Lord, for sharing. Thank you, Lord, for wisdom. Thank you for the thank you for your offer. Thank you for your grace. Thank you for AI. Thank you, Lord, for the we thank you for the child that spent here. Let's not all to waste. different destination protect us of the road and save us. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. In hindsight, we had such a progressive meeting. Wasn't it, Ryan? Thank you so much.
Group photo, please. Group photo.
In hindsight.
Okay, thank you.
Get you comparing group photo before we go our separate ways next to the banner, please, colleagues. Colleagues, get the group photo next to our branding before we go our separate ways, please.
Yeah, it's never about.
Thank you. Oh,